think it's going to be so much fun. Whew. Yes, here we go. Just a sec. I'm going to go look at something on my phone really quick. But I read like maybe 2 pages last night, like, because I jumped on it like at the end of the last sprints. So
I saw you doing that. Yeah. How's I changed computers also. How's this so far?
It's working great so far.
Okay. Let's hope she stays. Okay. We're going to a wedding in Vancouver in June.
Oh,
and we finally got the dates that, like, because my partner's like in the wedding party. Finally got the dates that his friends are flying. So I'm like, we need to just book these.
Yeah, you need to book now.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome. I'm so glad you're back. It's so fun to see people who are here for the whole thing. Like, I didn't actually expect like hardly anyone to join us for the whole time, because it is a lot, like a huge commitment. Like, I get that. You haven't started the book at all, right?
I did start it. I was going to say, because I wanted to get a little bit ahead, because I'm hoping to finish around 5 so I could start making a dinner for people that are coming over. And so I was like, let me just get a little bit into it just to make sure, because that feels realistic, like 5 hours.
I think so.
So I read the first few chapters. I'm on just starting chapter 3. So 36 pages. Sorry, I did get a little.
That's okay. Only 36. So far.
So far, I'm so intrigued. Like, I really like that we're getting, especially because we just read the original trilogy. I'm like, I'm really not interested in reading again right away from a player's point of view. So I'm so excited that this is now from someone outside of the game's perspective. So really happy that we have that like slight change. And then really intrigued by Snow and his kind of like, it's just interesting. I love being in his brain, and he seems so manipulative. And so like how he's kind of playing certain scenarios to seem like very nice, and what his intentions are versus what other people are perceiving. I love that kind of thing in characters. So I'm so excited for that.
Did you pick up on anything?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, I feel like it's not like, since you've read it, right? I was like,
pick up on
any names of characters yet?
Lucy. Any names? Oh, yes. Tigra. Tiga, whatever.
Tigress.
There it is. Yes.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes. From no, the reason I didn't comment on it is because I had been spoiled for that. So I was like looking for her in Mockingjay because I knew she made an appearance. But I'm so curious to see like how she goes from like Snow's very trusted cousin, like they seem so close.
Yeah.
To then him doing that to her later on. So I think that she must have had that planned. Like this book planned, kind of niggling in the back of her mind.
Yeah.
For that connection to be so, because it like made you question reading it in Mockingjay. And so that feels very intentional.
Yeah. I think this is the first time I've reread it since. And it's kind of crazy when they're talking about how she was like a stylist for the Hunger Games, literally when Katniss remembered. So she was a stylist from like
the 10th
up until the, I don't know, 60th at least, you know.
Which is insane.
Yeah, so at least 50 years.
Yeah. And then I guess you've read it, because now I'm wondering if we're going to see that. I don't know how much time, like I have no sense of how much time this book is going to run through.
Right. Well, I will not spoil it because I'm so excited to see what you think. I know. I agree, Evie. It was insanely long.
Honestly, such a trooper.
I have never sprinted for that long before. It was so crazy, but it was fun. I know. Okay. I'm so excited too. I think I actually might be like, what page am I on? I actually might be like 10 pages in now that I'm thinking about it. Because I don't think I moved my bookmark and I was listening to the audiobook.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see what you think. Like, I really, really, really am like, I want you to love it. I hope you like it because like it's so much fun. But
I really think that I will. Like so far, because I remember someone was saying in the chats yesterday that they DNF'd like pretty quickly, like didn't like the vibe.
Yeah.
And so like it's also clearly much darker now. Like they brought them in like the cattle car.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. And it is really interesting, just like right off the heels of Mockingjay, to see how different it is. Like how the games are treated so differently. Like people don't want to watch. They don't like the reminder of the war.
Yeah. And like the tributes aren't treated nicely at all. No. And when they get like sent back to the village or their districts right there, it's not anything, right? They just like, if they win, they just go back.
Yeah.
Like there's no victors, there's no like parade. Like it's not a publicized event really. Like you can watch it, but people don't really care.
Right. And they find it like triggering almost.
Which fair enough.
Yeah.
Like they just lived through a war. They don't want to watch children like kill each other.
That's not until later that they want to watch children.
It's later that they like that.
You have to wait like a classy amount of time before.
Exactly. It's just too soon is really the problem.
That's the only reason it's bad.
The only problem. It's not that they're killing children. It's just too soon.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. I think these are both.
Yes. I'm so glad that people are finding it interesting because I honestly think he is just fascinating. Hello, welcome.
Hi, Bailey.
So glad you could join. Sorry. Like looking at you look all fancy. I remember when I first came out, the girlie was romanticizing snow, and I'm concerned. Yeah, when the movie came out, I really think that that's part of the point, is on the outside, he is a very appealing person, right? Like he has that ability to like draw people in, get people to listen to him. He's charismatic, like all these things, right? That's kind of the point. But if you're like oh, we love snow, no, you're missing the point.
Yeah.
Right? Like
someone said it yesterday again in one of the sprints that it's clear that he has, like, Suzanne Collins seems to do a good job of showing that he has like a difficult past without making it seem like she's trying to get you to sympathize for him.
Yeah, like she's not justifying anything he does. No. She's just showing like he really did like have a rough past.
Yes. And I almost wonder if he's like a foil to Katniss, because like Katniss also had an incredibly difficult, like lost her father, basically lost her mother, for a long time. And so I wonder if it's meant to show like how that pressure resulted in two very different people.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, I think that I think a lot of times in books, authors do try to like almost justify what the characters are doing. But in this one, it's not the author justifying. It's like us listening to him justifying it to himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is not like, in my opinion, in no way adequate. I will see what you think.
Yes. No, I'm excited. And it's interesting that it was the 4th of July, the reaping.
I know. I thought so too. I was like, oh, they did that on purpose.
That was poignant.
They really did that on purpose, didn't they? He is such a good liar. Like he is an amazing liar. It's insane to watch him go. Like it's crazy. He almost convinces himself while he's lying. Like it's crazy how good he is at this. He's so charming. You can read his thoughts and he's not who he's portrayed. Right. Like
that's the kind of thing I love.
I love being in his thoughts. I think doing it from his perspective was absolutely perfect because otherwise like I said, the movie doesn't quite, like, obviously you can't, like, this is nothing against the movie. They did a great job at adapting it, but you can't get that, like, extreme unnervingness of being inside his thoughts while he does these things. Like, it's just something you can't capture.
And you can't see how different it is. Because if all you're seeing is his outward facade, then you would think he's this, like, charming, like, very attractive person.
Yeah. Yeah. And once you like get deeper into it, like I feel like it even gets like more and more and more disturbing where you're like, holy cow, like this is so messed up. Like so messed up.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm so excited.
In the movie, it's hard to get away from the charm, but in the book, reading his inner thoughts helps a lot to understand him more. I agree. Yeah. And like, again, you cannot portray that in a movie. Like, you just can't do it. And it's that like, ugh, you know, that like slimy feeling that you get reading his thoughts while he's doing it. And you're just like, oh, it's so messed up. I can't stop reading. You have this, she hasn't seen the film either now.
Nope.
Which is good because you don't want spoilers on
I've seen like I know elements of it because it was like all over my For You page, like clips of it and everything. So I do know, I have like a general sense of certain kind of scenes and stuff, but it's not enough to piece it together. Pardon?
I'm sure you've gotten that, like, she sings. That's a huge part of it. Yeah.
Exactly. Like that, and her big bows and stuff like that. I knew about what is it? Tigress? How do you say it?
Tiger. I say tigress.
Tigress. I bet that's right. Tigress.
I just say it because she turns into a tiger, so I was kind of assuming it's tigress.
Yeah. But I forgot how messed up she was. Like in Mockingjay, she like had that, it was like she could only eat raw meat. Like and I'm assuming it's gonna be that woman that they referenced that does all those freaky what are they called? Experiments.
I don't know.
You do know, you can't say. It's gonna be hard for all of you guys to keep me unspoiled for the next.
It's gonna be so hard. It's gonna be so hard. But I can do this.
But I appreciate the effort. Please note your effort is appreciated.
Okay. Let's jump in. I'm gonna go make myself like some coffee and a piece of toast, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, where are you?
Oh, okay. I was farther than I realized.
Oh, yeah?
Because I'm on page 116, and I also am like flying through this.
Oh my gosh, I'm on page 91. You're so far ahead of me.
Sorry, it's because I started earlier. I'm so
okay,
sorry.
It's okay. I just like, I want to be where you are so like I can have the, so I busted out really fast until I got to like around where I thought you were at. And then I just like listened because like I can read really fast. It just doesn't have quite the same like emotional impact.
No, I totally get that.
And so I did that to like catch up. So I want to catch up though. Like I want to be where you're at.
Well, this next one, I'll like go get a coffee during the next one. And that'll, because I want us to be around the same spot too. And I think I'm good to like, I feel like I'm on a good pacing to finish it by 5. So that's my only, oh my God, it's so intense though. Holy smokes. Definitely darker. So we got to the part where we're doing full spoilers. Everyone in the comments.
Yes.
Well, please, if you're just starting today. So got to the part where, what was her name? Arachne?
Crane.
Yeah, so she killed. Holy smokes. By her like tribute. So that was unexpected. But I'm so enjoying is the wrong word, but find it fascinating. Seeing how much the games have changed and like where you can see glimmers of like where the games are going to end up in like what Snow's doing, what Lucy's doing. Like it's so interesting. And I'm also assuming a big theme of this book is going to be like, this is only possible because of who Lucy is as a person. Like if Snow had gotten any other tribute, this would not be happening. So that's fascinating. And then his friend, I keep reading it as Clytemnestra because I was reading that book, but it's Clemencia. It just got bit by the snakes.
Oh, right.
That woman is insane. The doctor.
Gaul. Isn't that Gaul? Is that
Gaul? Gaul, yeah. Is that Viola Davis?
Yes.
In the movies. Okay. Because I remember in clips she seemed like a little deranged.
A little?
That tracks.
Fully deranged. Like,
so that's what I'm picturing. I love Viola Davis.
Like she's a full-on genius.
Yes, but so messed up. And the Avox is just, I can see how the person mentioning yesterday, this is darker, because like the Avoxes are being like tortured into these like other beings and stuff. Like, oh my God.
And Dean Highbottom is, oh my gosh.
Tyrion Lannister.
I was trying to think of the name of the actor, but like it just blanked on it. But yeah, that's Dean.
That's exactly who I keep picturing as well. I feel like they cast for these movies perfectly.
So good. Right? Yeah. Horrifying.
That was intense.
Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
She did. Like, oh my gosh, Viola Davis is like like they cast this movie so well. Like you have to watch it after this.
I know. I'm like thinking about trying to watch it tonight.
I know. Like honestly, so we started watching The Hunger Games last night because I was doing these movies, and my husband's like, I want to watch The Hunger Games. I'm like, okay. So I was like trying to find the physical copy because I know I have a physical copy in Thai, but like it's dubbed Thai, so you can watch it in English too. So I was like trying to find that one. And I couldn't, so we had to rent it, which is the only way you can watch Hunger Games now here.
Oh, really? I feel like we have it on our Netflix.
There's nowhere to stream it here.
I haven't looked at it recently.
And I was super ticked about it, so I was like, fine, whatever. And so we rented it, and we're watching that. But now I'm like, I just want to jump into Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes now.
Oh my God.
I woke up at 8:30 with the terrible eye strain headache. So I'm so, well, it's probably because you were like reading until 5 a.m. to finish Hunger Games.
That was insane.
Plan to start Ballad today anyway and finish tomorrow. Hopefully
it'll still be a good time.
Yeah, you're going to be finished in total because we have like a day buffer between this and the release of the next one. So like there's plenty of time. But
I'm so excited for Tuesday.
Are you like picking up on Snow's like how he's telling her all these things, right? And he's like, oh, well, it's fine because she's going to die. It's fine because she's going to die. But he's just like becoming so possessive of her.
Yes. And he had the moment where someone suggested, because Arachne died, they're like, oh, are they going to, the Clytemnestra lady was like, or maybe they'll like send them back. Like maybe they'll cancel the games. And he had this like moment where he was a little relieved. So he's clearly has some kind of, but it's like, does he actually like her, or does he just like her because of what she can do for him? So it's really interesting. And there was another thing that he said, like, it's just, I love when his internal monologue is so different than the words that he's saying. I love that in a character.
And some of like the weird little things that he'll mention that you pick up when he'll be like talking about the girl who's like super, super smart, right? And then he says something nice to her, and he's like, it's just like so easy to like get these because she's not popular. He's like, she's not popular, so it's so easy. Like, you just don't even have to like, you just give him a little bit of niceness and I love you type thing. I'm just like,
he's so manipulative.
Crazy. The little tiny manipulations that he just like constantly does. But then he's like sharing so much of himself with Lucy, like really telling him about his mom and how she smelled of roses. But then he'll put in the little jab of like, his mother wasn't strong enough for this world. That's not, he doesn't say that aloud, but he like says it in his head, where like when he's talking about his parents, and then he kind of is just like, well, she wasn't tough enough for this world. She died in childbirth.
In the middle of a active like war zone.
Right, they were actively being bombed. She couldn't go to the hospital, and she hemorrhaged. Like,
I must have missed that, because I was left with the impression that he really loved him. Maybe I must have missed that.
He does. Like, he's obsessed with his mother, but it's almost like he blames her for being weak and dying. You know, it's like he loves. Where is it?
He does seem very like conflicted with how he feels. Because even when he was like crying about Arachne in the shower, he was like, "Am I crying because of her, or am I crying because of this impact, how this is going to impact me?"
Right.
So, and he doesn't even know.
Yeah, I don't remember where it was. But yeah, he says it where he's like, well, she wasn't tough enough for this world. Almost like he's like blaming her for dying.
Well,
like,
I think that a lot
wasn't of people, strong enough, you know.
I think it's easier to be like mad at people than to be sad that they're dead. So I feel like it's almost like a defense mechanism that he's like trying to vilify people that he'd otherwise be sad about. I'm sure he'll do it to Lucy.
Oh my gosh.
I'm assuming Lucy's going to win, but I don't actually know. I feel like I know that, but I don't actually know. I'm kind of doing that based on clips I've seen.
I'm not going to tell you anything, but yes, there will be a stream for Sunrise. I posted it last night, but Margaret won't be able to join because she has to work. I am so sad. I wish we could read it together.
I know.
Wouldn't that be so fun?
I know, because that one's gonna be both. I'd be nice if it was new for both of us, but sadly, I work.
If you're super, super sick on Tuesday, message me and I'll send you the link.
I know. I honestly thought about that, but Tuesday I have to like go into the city. So I
mean, like, if you're legitimately sick.
If I'm legitimately sick. Okay, fine.
Yes, if you legitimately happen
to come down with something, I'm just it's raining right now, so just go stand out in the rain for a few hours.
Yeah, just like bring on the cold. I wish I could send it to you. Colin said everything in her power to make us know we're not meant to like him. Right, like there is no way to like him in the book. And I get in the movie it's different because you're not in his head, but like it's impossible to not see how manipulative he is.
I honestly think it's because he's hot in the movie. I think is why people are able to forgive so much. I imagine.
I think that he has really good chemistry with Lucy.
Okay.
Like you really feel the chemistry between them. Like, and you can see it in here too, right? Where like she's really good for him and like helping him relax and bringing out like the best side of him. And he's really good at like bringing out the like more confident side of her and being like, here, let's like do this for this and that kind of thing. Like they really do go well together. Colin,
you know what? Ooh, don't tempt me. Well, I have to go. So I have to go into Toronto in the morning. Maybe I'll be sick in the afternoon.
Well, you're 2 hours ahead of me, so
true. And I'm gonna have it Tuesday. I'm excited.
You can listen to the audiobook while you're driving in.
That is a great idea. It's a very long drive. I'm supposed to start reading the next Wheel of Time book this week.
Well, this is a long week. There's a lot of days
Really?
after Tuesday. Oh my gosh, I'm such a bad influence.
You are. All of you guys are.
Oh my gosh. But I can't, like, how can you? It's Haymitch.
I know. I know.
Plus, I feel like after reading this one, because like the Hunger Games are amazing, don't get me wrong, but I feel like the way she's kind of like digging into the characters is a little bit more in this
I already
one.
feel like Snow's more fleshed out than Katniss. I feel like Hunger Games is so much about the action, whereas this one, it feels like she's taking a beat for us to like understand Snow, as if she does that with Haymitch.
Yeah. I really feel like she will, because I feel like the Hunger Games is so much about what is actually happening in this world, right? Like Katniss is our character we're following for like the emotional impact of it, right? But in general, it's mostly about the world, the politics of it, the social side of these things, right? We're using Katniss as a tool to explore what's happening in this world. But this one is very much focused on like how one person can manipulate how something like this turns out, because you're seeing it too when he even mentions, he's like, well, you care about that because you're betting on it, and they're like, are you saying we should bet on the games? He's like, no, I mean, unless it becomes popular, then yes, that's my idea. You're like, you're psychotic.
He is
Okay, so what page are you on, so I can like bust
115
115
16, but
116. Okay, I'll like read fast until I get to 120, and then I'll go back to my like regular pacing.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, side note, I love Toronto winning last November.
Oh my gosh, love. Yeah, Toronto is our like biggest, most like New York vibe. I always liken it to Chicago for some reason. It feels more like Chicago to me than New York, but it definitely has that like big city energy. Honestly, I'm so glad you enjoyed it.
November, I feel like New York is dirtier now after COVID.
Dirtier? Oh, New York. Yeah.
Like it's gone downhill. I mean, it never was super clean, but Toronto is so precious.
I love Toronto.
I love it. Okay, yes. Go ahead. We're reading. Sorry. Hello.
Hello.
What page are you on?
175.
Oh my gosh, I'm on 184. Dang it, I overshot it.
Okay, but we're still so close. So
I
we
really just want to be
like
at or ahead of where you are
Yeah.
because I want to like hear your thoughts.
No, for sure. I feel like there's so much to unpack.
Right?
In that part. So there's three big things. One, I feel like Lucy is the only person that he doesn't seem to have like an internal monologue and like a different output for. Like he seems to definitely care about her as a human. Which I think is really interesting. And then the fact that she saved him. So I'm like, there was a scenario where he dies in that explosion and none of this happens.
I know. I'm like Lucy, let it burn him.
Yeah. Like this could have, like, obviously things would have still progressed, but it would be so interesting, like how they would have if he hadn't made such a mark on the games, and they wouldn't, I don't think, necessarily become this like crazy thing. Dr. Gall, so messed up. So he saw Clytemnestra, whatever. She came in, had the scales. So she seems to, either it's from the poison or she's like further experimenting on her. And then there was one other thing. Shoot, what was it? No, I can't remember, but it was wild. I feel like there's just so much happening. I keep being like, oh my God, I have to talk about this piece. And then 10 pages later, there's something else.
I know. Like,
it's so good. No, I'm enjoying this so much. I also think it's so nice that it's like new content. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, Tigress. I'm like heartbroken. Okay, so the two people he seems to genuinely care about are Tigress and Lucy. Like he seems to not have, like, obviously Lucy, there's an ulterior motive. But like she sang the song and he's jealous. Like he seems to genuinely care. And then he had the conversation about like he was so worried about her being injured and like said something about like you shouldn't be here. Like this shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't be here. So like he does seem to like genuinely care about her. And then not that I'm trying to romanticize them. It's just interesting seeing his like pockets of humanity versus his like pockets of villainous thinking. And Tigress, I'm like, what could possibly happen that he makes him betray her so much? Because they seem like so incredibly close. Yeah. She's like his only confidant, his only real confidant.
Yeah, she's his best friend.
Best friend, sister, like cousin, everything. Only friend.
Yeah. Oh my God. So, okay. I need to like look and see exactly where you are so I don't like say anything. But
yeah. Because I know, I feel like you're 10 pages ahead of me. You could spoil like 32 things.
I know, like I need to let you catch up now.
Yes. Okay. So Taylor, I want to make sure that I don't spoil anything for you as well, because I know you're in the middle of this. So if you, when we come back from sprints, can you put in where you're at, Taylor? Just so I don't want to spoil anything.
So you read page 172, right?
Yes.
I feel like page 172 is like almost disturbing to read because he's just like his girl.
Possessive.
His. Like she's his. He owns her. And like, she's a human.
She's a possession.
Yeah.
It was interesting the conversation that they had when he good, so you're ahead still. I just realized I can view the comments. This whole time I've not realized that there was a way for me to view the comments. No. So I finally flipped over. Anyways. Oh my God. So they had that whole conversation where she's like, I need you to start thinking that I can win. And she's like, oh, you're such a decent person. And I'm like, oh my God. It just feels like so many things are going to have to go left. And I'm like, how do they go so left? I also don't understand. I was worried. Again, this like, I'm confused that the games are going ahead when so many have died.
8 so far, right? 8.
Yeah. I think.
And then one's missing. Right. 8 have died. One's
Marcus
missing.
is missing.
Yeah.
So his like, and I also think I really like that she's using that one character. I meant to look up who the actor was, Sejanus or whatever, Sejanus, as I feel like the moral compass. And so I feel like she's putting in her own views through him in a lot of ways, and like how deplorable all the Hunger Games are and everything. And so I like him as a character. I found it so interesting. I think he let Marcus go. That's my assumption. Yeah.
This is so fun.
I'm dying. And so I'm enjoying it. I'm so glad I'm enjoying it so much. Like I'm honestly having such a good time. And I'm stressed, like, because I know things are going to go so badly.
I know. And it's kind of, you're just like, how do we go from this to what we know at the Hunger Games?
And I also am thinking, like, there must be a time jump then, because if we see what happens with Tigress, it must, because we were just doing that quick math, like she must have been in the games for like 50 years. So maybe it's implied, but now I'm wondering if there's going to be time skips. I don't really want time skips, but I don't know what I want.
I know. It's actually like, this is insanely fun to do. Sejanus is such a great counter for Snow. And it's kind of crazy because I feel like Sejanus is such like, he's so genuinely just like a good person, right? And he thinks Snow is too, like, he genuinely feels like Snow is actually a good person with him. Whereas inside Snow's head, he's just like, oh, Sejanus, shut up. You're like being annoying. Sit down.
And the one point
he says it, he's just like, oh, well, you tried.
Yes. The one when he's like, oh, you have to stay, like, think about this, blah, 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 blah. And then in his mind, plus I might need a favor.
Exactly.
I feel like that's starting to slip a little bit more. Like, I think we're just, oh my gosh. But I don't think he's I don't think he's a psychopath, because he seems to have emotions, and like he's so scared. Like, he is so scared.
So scared.
Fascinating. Okay, I just need to look up who the actor is.
The one who plays Sejanus is actually dating Rachel Zegler.
Oh my God.
Because they said that she had decided she didn't want to do the Hunger Games, the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. And then they like hired on her boyfriend too. And she's like, okay, well, now I'll
you insist.
Like, I don't think they hired him specifically for that. I think
but it worked out.
Was a good actor. Like, I think he fit the part very, very well. But I think that it was kind of something that pushed her to be like, okay, because she was gonna have to like travel to film it.
Oh, this guy. Okay. Wow, that took a while.
Because they were in West Side Story together. Yeah, that's CJ.
He's getting so much bad press now, eh?
I know, because of Snow White.
Yeah, and I guess she's been kind of a douche about it a little bit.
Honestly, I do think that she wasn't too bad. People were really upset. And I understand the point they're saying, because she came out and she's like, we're not going to have it be like the princess who's singing about a prince who's going to save her. She's going to be like a strong warrior and is going to become the person that like her father wanted her to be. Like, she's not just waiting for the prince to save her.
Okay.
And people did not like that. And I'm like, I don't like the way she said it. It was like, but I really do think that this was the decision for this press tour, probably by Disney, because that is what everyone was putting forward. Like, that was kind of the way it was presented at that time during that press tour. And so I don't think we should like completely bash on her for this, because usually when they do these types of press tours, they have, okay, this is like the tone of it for this movie. Like, you obviously say things in your own words and stuff, but this is the tone, this is what we want you to present. And so I'm like, why are you guys bashing on her so hard when she's like being told essentially this is what we want to talk about? And I do also think that she's kind of like, she's almost got that like awkward theater kid feel to her, which some people take as in a little bit different way. I don't think she was meaning it to be like condescending to the original one. I just don't think she's super smoothly well spoken, you know?
Okay. Yeah, I can see that background. Like, I agree. Like, that theming, I feel like it's like modernizing a very like
and people
stereotypical story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a way to say that without like shitting on the original story for people that enjoyed it. So I get that being like a fine line. But yeah, that seems like a lot to now people like really tear her down.
And she also, I would, in that same interview, she was kind of saying like, it was kind of weird that the prince was like essentially stalking her. And I'm like, I mean, kind of, but have you watched a lot of the Disney princess?
Disney, yeah.
Like,
they're often questionable.
Yeah, like that's kind of their meet cute, right? Like, have you seen Sleeping Beauty, where like he sees her in the woods and he's like, "You're beautiful. I must marry you." Like, that's kind of how it goes.
It's true. And I feel like often in fairy tales, like it's always weird.
Yeah, and she's right. If you really think about it, it is kind
Mhm.
of weird.
Yeah.
But people got very upset about it because they're like,
Mm.
Snow White was a classic of its time. Like, this was so long ago,
Ah,
and it was such a beautiful, like, at it when it was made, it was phenomenal. It was all right. And I'm like, yeah, I think that when they went and like tried to turn the press tour in the direction that it was going at that
mm.
time, she did not
Yeah, it was
do
just
very well. I don't think she was very good with like the press answers and stuff.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
that's
I do agree. It's like an excessive amount of hate for it though.
and
Like
I think it
excessive.
also seems kinda bad. Like, and I think that it could be the way that people are, like, clipping it online, but it seems like Gal Gadot's acting is horrible, and I'm like, "Is this
Oh,
real?"
I feel like Gal Gadot is a bad actress.
That's also true.
I've watched her in several things, and I watched her
Yeah.
in Wonder Woman, and I felt like she did okay in that one. But
Mhm.
watching it back, I'm like, is it because we were giving her so much grace because she was supposed to be awkward and
Yeah.
lived like on this island alone and didn't really know anything? And now that
Yes.
she's acting in other roles, we're like, whoa, actually, she's actually just a really
Yeah.
bad actress.
Yeah, she's very flat, which I think
And
worked for Wonder Woman.
yeah, I feel like her voice has like almost no inflection to
Mhm.
it. It's
Mhm.
weird.
Mhm. I would agree.
Yeah, I actually think she's a terrible actress now that I've seen her in more things.
And so
So
that's not adding well to this movie
and
release.
people also don't like her because of some of her political standpoints.
Yes,
So
yes.
that
It's very
really does not help at all.
no.
At all. About halfway through Mockingjay right now, they just got PETA back and are trying to reverse this hijacking. Oh, my baby PETA. I don't like the way she said it, but the smear campaign against her has been
Mhm.
right. Exactly. Like she did not phrase it well. It was really awkward.
Yeah.
And like again, I think she is kind of awkward.
Mm.
You know, like I don't think that that should be a reason to hate her though. Like again, like I agree with you. I don't like the way she said it, but part of it is what she's being told to say. Part of it is she does not deliver super well. But the hate has been so excessive for that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would totally agree.
Yeah. But eh. I don't know. I hope she continues to get roles and acts and stuff because I actually think she is very good. I really want you to watch this movie and tell me
Me
what you think
too.
because I think she is phenomenal.
She seemed great in, again, the clips. I've only seen clips, but
Oh,
she seemed
and
great.
like the song,
Mhm.
the
Yes, I've heard the song because it's always in, like, it's in the her singing is in, like, the, trailer and, like,
Mhm.
yeah, it's beautiful. It's, like, haunting.
Yeah, honestly, when I'm reading these, I'm hearing her sing them because
Nice.
it's so much better that way. Okay, let's jump back into it. I'm excited. Wait, so you're 10 pages behind me.
Yeah, I'm 175, 134,
Okay.
134.
Okay. I'll give you time to Hey.
Connections to sign a better deal.
Hello.
Sorry, it's 4 minutes late. I got distracted.
That's fine. I'm on page 249.
Let me see. 254. I'm super close.
I have to hop off after this chat so I'm not spoiled. Yeah, okay. So we're about the same spot. Hi, Zoe. Okay, is this your first read through, Zoe? Because I don't want to spoil anything for you.
On chapter 2. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, you have no idea what's coming.
Oh my gosh, it's getting so intense.
That's okay.
Oh, I thought it was interesting. There's this like consistent theming of like unbalanced debts. Do you remember that's like a huge thing in the Hunger Games trilogy where like often like Katniss felt so indebted to Finnick because he saved her life, and there's always this like thought of like an imbalanced debt.
Yeah. And like with Thresh when he doesn't kill Katniss because
Exactly.
of Rue and
imbalanced. Yeah. And so it was interesting in this one where now I won't say why, but now like Snow is feeling that like same imbalanced debt. Isn't
it? Okay, so you've gotten to the point where he's gone in, right?
Yeah. Yes, past that. I'm so interested to see what the repercussions for that are going to be. I think it's going to be bad, but I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen there. No sign of Lucy Gray at all. And I feel like you're starting to see his like, I feel like we're just gonna see him continue to devolve into like the Snow that we know.
Right, because even now he's saying, he's like, when they're talking about like he killed Bobbin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what's her name is like, I want to see the footage from that. Like, how did he die? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, she like doesn't believe it.
And she's like, I think that there's foul play. And he's like, and I actually really am on the side of the announcer when he's like, foul play in the arena.
Nothing's off limits.
Right? He's like, where these children are killing each other, which I'm like, fair enough, right? That would have been my response too. But then Snow immediately goes to, who's like, oh my gosh, there is actually footage of that.
Yeah.
He's like,
so that's going to be like obviously hanging over his head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, Simone, I am very much liking it. I'm like glued to this book. I am so intrigued by it. I like it. I do think part of it, I think, is because I've reread the original trilogy maybe, but like I did feel like very, very riveted by Catching Fire. But this one has like fully hooked. And I don't know if it's because it's new. It feels a little bit darker, which I really like.
Yeah.
I feel like with Harry Potter, you know, how it kind of like aged up with the reader. It feels like this one's like aged up a little bit.
Yeah.
Which I appreciate because I think it's a lot of people kind of our age that originally read the Hunger Games trilogy. And so it's nice that it's kind of like grown as we have.
Yes.
So that is, I'm quite liking that like darker flair to it. And I just am so concerned constantly. I just don't understand how we get from where we are to how Snow is. Like nothing.
I hope you love it.
I hope you love it, Zoe. I'm having such a fabulous time.
Crazy, there's a villain scary.
Yeah,
I was like
crazy pants.
Yeah, it's seriously, I remember the first time reading it being like, where are we going with this? Because like there obviously weren't not even halfway through the book.
Yeah, maybe like just about.
Yeah, so you're like, where do you go with it?
And I keep thinking, I'm like, is there going to be a time jump? Because especially with like it just feels like there has to be, but I don't really want one. Maybe there'll be just like an epilogue time to discuss. Oh my god, I don't know. I can't even speculate. I'm glad I'm finishing it today though, because I like need to know what's gonna happen.
I know. I remember the first time reading it, I was so invested, and then I remember listening to other people being like, "It wasn't that good," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?
What is it that people disliked about it?" Like I know someone was saying last night they DNF'd it because it was too dark.
But yeah, I just feel like it had such mixed reactions when it came out.
I felt like that as well. Like honestly, the mixed reactions is why I didn't pick it up right away. I didn't feel a ton of like desire to pick it up at all. I also worried honestly it was gonna be too YA for me, that I like wouldn't enjoy it as much. But I feel like this is definitely.
I could even see this one not being shelved YA if the other books weren't YA.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Just finished part 2 of Mockingjay. You're closing in. You're gonna be catching us.
Where are you in part 2?
To me, it needs to be dark. They're killing children. So
honestly, I totally agree with you.
Right? Like, how do you not make this dark? It's super messed up.
Almost feels like a disservice.
People had this idea that they were supposed to feel sympathy for Snow. So I know some people hated it ahead of time for that misconception.
No. I feel like she's walking that line beautifully, personally.
I honestly feel like no sympathy for him. It's kind of weird though, because you're almost like rooting for him to win this.
Mm-hmm.
But she's done it so well, because like you can tell he's an absolutely horrible human being.
Mm-hmm.
But like part of you is still like wanting him to win the prize.
Yeah, I think there's this I think the book humanizes him for sure. I think that he's this like archetyped villain portrayed as this very one-note villain, I would say, in the original trilogy, like kind of what do they call it? Mustache twirling villain type. So this does humanize him a little. Like I think it adds depth to how he ended up who he is, but I don't feel sympathy. And maybe it's just because I've read from deplorable, like, but I agree that you're like rooting for him without sympathizing for him. Like, and I feel like I've just read a lot. Like I think of Joe Abercrombie. Yeah. Like you're not rooting for Glokta necessarily, but you're not sympathizing with Glokta, but he's still kind of like portrayed as the hero of this. I don't know.
No, I totally understand. It's like you still want them to win their thing, but you actually think they're a terrible person. Yeah. It's weird. It's like it's really weird, and I feel like not many authors can do it well, but
yes, and I feel like she is, because I think like through the side characters, she's making it clear that the Hunger Games are despicable and everything, you know?
Yeah, because even some of the other capital children are like,
yes,
like I don't want to watch it.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to watch this.
Yeah, I feel the same, Zoe. I think maybe it's our like other reading experiences.
That's because I didn't read originally too. Everyone was saying it was mid reviews, and I was like, eh.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm glad I did read it, because then I was like able to decide I liked it and not have like the movie coming out affect that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, and honestly, when Sejanus's mom comes to his house and she's like, he's your only friend, and he's like, wow, so sad he has no friends. You're like, I know. You are terrible.
So, and I feel like, I like how complicated he is as a character.
I do too, but it's just like, are you kidding me? Poor Sejanus is like the kindest.
I feel so bad for him. I feel
and he really has no friends.
And I think it's also really telling that like the capital isn't like, so often it's about like you want to be home, like you want to be with what you're familiar with, versus like just because something is like new and shiny doesn't mean it's the ideal for everyone. Like he would rather be back in District 2, which I think it's just, I find him such a fascinating character.
No, and how he's like, I'm going to make a stand. I'm going to make a difference. And then like Coriolanus is like, they're not going to show this. You know that, right? And like, obviously they're not going to show it.
No, he seems like naive.
He's so naive, which is you almost have to be naive to be that good and like still function. A lot of people hated seeing him humanized, but he was humanized in a way to firms up his status of right. Yeah, like
an origin story.
Yeah, like he's a terrible person. But like he is a person, and it's just interesting to get in his head and to like understand like where things come from for him and why he is the way he is. Not to sympathize with him, but to understand him a little bit more.
Yeah, and he like no one comes out of the womb killing children, you know? Like he started out this way where he's like very manipulative and he's able to like play to the cameras and whatever, and then it'll evolve into violence.
Yeah, like he may have been kind of like this manipulative personality, right? But to turn into the way he does, right, there is things that come with that. So it's just really interesting to like watch this happen. Seems that over the years, the Capitol has got used to seeing the children being slaughtered. I feel like it's a reference to the real world and how we get used to being aware of stuff. Right. And like, as you get used to it and you turn it into a spectacle instead of like a tragic reminder of things right now, they've made it into a game versus this is a punishment. And so once they turn it into games, then the Capitol's like, oh, well, this is a game. This isn't just a punishment for them.
Smart.
That is really smart. I didn't listen to anyone's reviews on it. I just knew it was getting mixed reviews. I didn't like listen to any of them though. Honestly, I think a lot of people are simply not very good at handling that gray area where character be horror. Yeah, I agree. And I think that reading like darker fantasy books have like given a little bit of nuance to things. So, all right, we got to head out. Okay.
Yes. Let me know, Taylor.
Hello.
Enjoy.
Yeah. No, I agree. I just think that giving the nuance to the character is not like humanizing them, right? Like we're not necessarily humanizing him in a way that like we like him. Like no. Like I don't think we're fascinated by him. I love him as a character because he's fascinating. I don't love him as a character because I love him. Like I don't want that guy around me. I don't want like to ever be friends with someone like that. Like dude's a psycho. Like
no, I think they're like doing inroads and making it like a creepy non-romantic thing. I think people just also because of like the rise of fanro, people are more likely to like romanticize those types of dynamics. I think that also might have played a part.
Right, like the morally gray dark character that becomes the love interest. I'm like, that's not what this is.
Yeah.
Like like we remember that he slaughters children on the regular, right? Like no, that's not where we're going with this story.
Yeah.
I live for the gray area and love darker fantasy, right? I do too. I really enjoy it. It's actually refreshing reading a book where I'm not supposed to root for the main character. Right. But like, it's almost like you half are is the weird thing. You know, you're like, I don't want him to fail. Like when he went in, I didn't want him to get caught and killed by the tributes. I wanted him to escape with Sejanus. Why? He's terrible. If he would have been killed, there would have been no President Snow. And yet I'm still like, run! You know?
I also think it's because you kind of know how it's going to end. Adds a layer to it.
That's probably true. I don't know. I think there is that thing though with it being your main character. Like there is that feeling of you're feeling what they're feeling. So you're like, run type thing, you know? Which is the interesting thing about making the villain the main character. Because usually the main character is the one you're rooting for. And so we like naturally have this inclination to essentially root for the character that's our main character. Even if they're not the person that if we objectively looked at the story, we would pick to root for. You love of darker fantasy. Why I've continued to watch your channel. I love that. I love dark fantasy. Honestly, I wish I got more recommendations for like really good dark fantasy that has very interesting characters because characters are my favorite. Right. And then you're just like, oh my gosh. Yeah. The Hunger Games books really do feel like an intense psychological and sociological experiment for sure. For sure. Like it's looking at why we do what we do and how we can justify horrible things that we do. Okay. Let's jump back into it. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. So excited. Hello. I tried to be quiet because I could tell you were really into it.
I did not have any concept of what time it was. Normally, I have like a sense if we're close to 50. Oh my God. And we're at such an intense.
What part are you at? What part are you at?
3:12. So if anyone in the comments is not at 3:12, please ignore what I'm about to say because this will be spoilers. Oh my God. Okay. So they released the snakes.
Yes.
So I know he put the scarf in. It was so interesting because he had that line being like, "Oh, I'm gonna be good forever, even if it means I'm a pauper." I was like, okay,
lies.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see like the layers of his psychology. Anyway, so the snakes went in. Lucy's freaking singing to them. They killed a bunch of people, and then I'm just at the part where like the really nerdy one killed Mazine. Like I immediately forgot these guys' names.
I know I have to like look at the list.
I know I dog-eared one of the list ones because it's been so helpful to remember who's who. The District 4, Mizzen.
Yeah.
So Mizzen like killed him with the freaking
the drones.
The drones.
Yeah.
And then the reason it was so tense is because they were like, well, they didn't. It seems like Treach is like right around her. Oh my God, it's so good. So intense. And I'm interested because it feels like the games are really wrapping up. Like there's so few left. And I'm like, we got 200 pages to go.
Yes, we do.
And the guy died. One of the mentors that had been hurt in the bombing.
That lost his legs.
He died. And I think for sure the doctor was experimenting on him or something.
I feel like she was.
So I don't think that was natural. He went to the Plinths. The Plinths a family that we know in Hunger Games? I feel like
I don't think so.
Okay. I was like, is this meant to be a callback of like
I know because sometimes we recognize names, but no. I would guess no.
Okay. Oh, and the piece I keep forgetting to mention, the fact that his dad and the dean have some kind of relationship from before. That was like ages ago.
Well, and
I keep forgetting about it.
Clearly has a little bit of connection to his dad too. Like a lot is coming back to his dad.
Yes. So I'm excited to see how that's going to come around. Oh my God, so intense.
I know. It's, oh my gosh. I know I didn't want to stop you because I was like, she's probably at about the same part as I'm at. And I am at like the peak.
So you're around 313?
I'm at 316. Yeah. So I'm only like 3 pages ahead of you.
Oh my God.
I wonder when they changed from having the mentors being students to being previous victors. Yes. Well, you'd almost need to have enough victors, and you'd have to actually count the victors as something important, right? Because right now the victors just get sent home.
They just throw them away.
Yeah. So I feel like that has to kind of be like slowly integrated because again, like not all places have them because it's crazy to think that by the time we are at the 75th Hunger Games, they have enough that every single district has a male and female victor to go into the games because they like that's just actually crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Right. That's one of my questions too, Simone, and why I want her to write so many more books so we can track all the changes.
I just want one per freaking year.
Because I mean, this is going to be the 50th, so I feel like we're going to see a lot of differences, right? Because we're at the 10th right now, and then Haymitch's are the 50th, and then we get the 74th, right? So we can kind of see like 40 years of changes that have happened between now and the 50th, and then kind of see what more changes in another 24 years. So that'll be kind of crazy. But also, as far as we know, since we don't know if the final one, coin his victors vote on ever happens, Snow was alive for every single one, and that must really mess a person up. Yeah, I mean, he's got his issues. I mean, he's writing this paper about like chaos control and
chaos control
contract.
Yeah, something like that. Because there's something about social contracts.
I feel like his control is actually ridiculously impressive, which is like kind of disturbing to think about, but he has such good control.
He's very self-contained.
Especially from perspective of a capital child who had it so normalized by the time he got involved with him. Yeah, it's so true. Hey, good morning. Coffee, of course. I actually probably am going to need to go for a second round of coffee, but made a snack that sprint and only read one chapter of Mockingjay. That's okay. That's fine. You have a whole day still. Like you have today and tomorrow before the release.
Oh yeah, lots of time.
So you have a lot of time. But you're still loving it?
Yes, I'm really enjoying it. It just feels like so tense, and because I have no gauge on where we're going, I'm like wondering what the climax of this book's going to be. Like we must skip through time, or I guess maybe it's the fallout of the games, like Lucy going home. But that, because I'm assuming she's going to win at this point. Now I feel pretty confident she's going to win, and we know there's been another winner from District 12, so that would make sense, that connection. But it's interesting actually that like in District 12 then they don't know that Snow was the mentor. That's not like a claim to fame. Maybe they do. Or maybe she doesn't win. Okay.
I feel like honestly my facial expression is not going to give anything away though, because I'm
you're good.
No matter what you say.
No, you're good. You got a good poker face. Yeah, so I'm just curious to see like where we're going, because it feels like we're reaching like the climax of the games.
Yes, definitely.
So,
because there's 4 left.
There was 5 after the snakes. Now
right.
Mezin
just got taken out,
and then the nerdy girl I think is about to get taken out by. I keep wanting to call him Thresh. Treach. And then there'll be Treach left, Lucy, and Reaper.
Reaper is the Thresh of these games.
Oh, where he's kind of like compassionate.
Yeah, and he's like
compassion, but strong.
Big and strong and from District 11.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's right. They're from the same one. Yeah, I'm really intrigued by his character. And the cape thing was interesting. Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like your mind probably is not functioning wonderfully at this point, and this is his coping, right? This is how he's coping with everything he's going through. And I'm like, you know what? No judgment. I would not be coping as well.
Okay. But it's interesting that he picked up on so quickly that the girl, that wispy girl, had been poisoned.
Yeah, he was smart.
Logie or whatever.
Logie.
But it's interesting that that's the one that Lucy chose to try to kill, though I guess we don't know if it wasn't like intentional. She might have just left it around.
I don't remember if we know, honestly. I feel like it wasn't intentional.
She just left something.
Yeah, she just left it, and whoever got it, and happened to be.
That makes sense. Yeah. And I thought maybe she'd poisoned her like other District 12 person. But it seems like he legit had rabies.
He legit did have rabies.
Yeah. Which is crazy.
I know. Poor guy.
Yeah. That was
so sad.
Right? Not seeing anything coming.
I know.
Which I enjoy.
I know. And I think it's so interesting how this is the first games where they actually have places to hide and they have like actually games that have some sort of strategy to them, which leads to what we see in future games, right? Because before they just had this arena, this essentially like
blank.
What did they like a stadium, right? That's pretty much what they're in.
It was like a gladiators.
Yeah,
all they could do was just fight.
So they could get into the stands, but they couldn't like go anywhere else. Like they were all exposed constantly. You couldn't really hide. You couldn't really you could run
food or water.
Right. It was just like whoever lived the longest, and if someone caught you. So it really seems like the Hunger Games probably did not last more than like a day in the past, because they could find each other so easily. There's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, that's the impression I got based on people's reactions.
And only because of the bombs did they have places to hide.
Yeah, exactly. So it wasn't intentional.
Yeah.
Other than the food piece, obviously.
I find that kind of like an interesting way to see like unintentionally they made the games more interesting, and then they saw the success of them and were like, okay, well, let's play this up.
Yeah, let's do it again.
And then becomes like insanely well constructed by the time the 75th come around. I mean, that's crazy impressive. Like, what? That's insane.
They rebuild it every time. So much thought goes into it.
They become like tourist attractions where you can go to the arena from your favorite games.
Watch it. Yeah. Crazy.
What? That's so messed up.
So much of it is so messed up.
You're like, oh, Phoenix games were my favorite, so I'm going to go on vacation to his arena where 23 children were murdered.
Oh, but I do need to get Phoenix book. I know I keep saying it.
I know.
I feel like we will.
We have to. I don't see how she wouldn't do Phoenix book in at least some capacity.
It feels like the next natural progression. Though
I feel like him or the brother sister from District 1, I think could be a really, really cool one because we don't really get careers ever. Like you don't get their perspective, and I feel like it would be so different.
Well, I think Finnick would be a career.
That's true. He is a career. That's true.
It's 1, 2, 4 for whatever reason.
It is 1, 2, 4. Yeah, I think because 3 is the nerds.
Yeah, 3 is the nerds. Tech. Okay, we ready to go back?
Yeah, obviously you are. You're like, okay, we're done. I love it. Hi.
Hello.
I know.
How's it going?
Holy smokes, what a twist. I did not see that coming. Classic. From like, again, clips of the movie, I knew at some point they ended up in like together outside of the games. And so I was like, does he follow her? Like, whatever.
Yeah.
And then for a second I was like, could it be that, I don't know, I was like, has Lucy been like playing him this whole time? But no, clearly not. And then when that hanging happened, I was like, oh my God, is this where the song's from? And then she wrote the song that Katniss sang. That was really cool.
I
And
know!
the house that they're in seems like the house that like Gale and Katniss find, I'm assuming, like in the woods. This little house they're in.
What page are you on?
Oh, 389.
Okay, I'm like exactly the same amount in front of you, so it's fine. It's like a couple pages.
Yeah. So yeah, I think this house is, oh my gosh, so many bad things are gonna happen. 389 and there's 517. Oh my God.
And they're like in the meadow.
Yeah, they're in the meadow having a beautiful time. Far too many good things are happening. He's coming to terms with the fact that like he'll become a soldier, he'll become an officer, and then he'll get back and whatever. So clearly either a huge time skip's going to happen, which I doubt now at this point. I think somehow, I don't know, he's going to have an opportunity to go back and Lucy's not going to want to go back with him. It's my theory. Or she'll die. I don't know.
Are you just loving it though?
I am. I'm really enjoying it.
Do you need to go start cooking?
I do. I figure I can stay a little bit in this one. I'm trying to figure out how much longer I have. Hold on.
You like audiobook?
Yes, that for sure. I'm in an audiobook. So I was just trying to find where I'm at.
You could like audiobook while you're cooking and then just like come back for the chats.
That's true at the 50 for sure. That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah, so then you can like actually do the cooking, but also still be able to talk. Because I want to know how you feel about these things. Because there's parts where I'm just like, bah!
Okay, hold on. I'm at 3:54. It says I have an hour. I probably have an hour and 18 minutes left. Ish.
Yeah. Honestly, there is like, I don't know, it'd be really hard to like audiobook while you're doing stuff for part of it because like you're gonna want to like be in it.
I know.
Like,
I might try.
I would say go do it now. Like if you're gonna go start cooking, go do it now because like obviously like we know this happens. She is like Brandon Sanderson in that sense where she likes to have like the big like the poof, right?
Yes. It does definitely feel like the calm before the storm. So I don't feel like we're going to have this for very long. If there's like 100-ish pages left.
Right.
I feel like this is going to go by pretty quickly and then shit's going to hit the fan. Something is going to be about his dad. Or, it was happening with Billy. I'm curious. So I'm assuming he like sold her out or something to be picked. Because I remember Sejanus, maybe someone commented on it way at the beginning that it felt like it was rigged. Lucy Gray being picked.
Well, I think they've already alluded to it. Has Billy Taupe showed up at the house yet?
I think that's literally where I am.
Oh,
He's out back. Oh, that's such a tough moment where she's.
Oh my gosh. It's horrible.
I think in rereading it, it just feels like too fast. That whole piece. I'm like, I think it almost happened in such a blink that I feel like I didn't get to like sit with it as much until the cat shows up. I feel like that's when you more.
That's when I feel it
like that, where it's just this kind of like fervor, and then you like realize it later kind of thing.
I feel like that was almost intentional where we're kind of like Katniss where she's almost like a little bit numb.
Yeah.
And then the cat shows up and she just breaks down.
Yeah. Agreed. That's fair.
Hello, welcome. Welcome to us reading of The Songbirds and Snakes. Yeah, I think after reading this next part, you'll kind of understand a little bit better
What's going on?
the part that you were talking about with like them saying it was rigged.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering like how much is gonna be. Oh my gosh, this is only 3.98 on Goodreads. That's surprising.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't like this lull.
This lull. It does definitely. I feel a little bit where I'm like,
yeah, it's like
I want this moment together with them, but I'm like, I'm not actually this because I don't like snow. I'm like not invested in this dynamic. I almost want to be like Lucy Rot, like
yeah.
So I'm not. I get that criticism. This lull, I'm like, okay, let's just through this and get back to something interesting.
I don't know. I feel like it kind of builds up that feeling of like unease over like what
100%.
is going to happen. Because like it's not, that it's not going to be like a happily ever after, right? We know that.
Yeah.
But you're like, what is going to happen? It kind of like is this building unease of what's going to happen.
I agree. And you're right. It's definitely adding to my tension, because I just need to know what's going to happen.
Like it's supposed to be a lull, but you just feel uncomfortable the whole time through the lull.
Because I feel like anytime when it's not going to stick. So like him ruminating and dealing with it, I'm like, okay, we know this isn't going to stick.
Yeah, like we know what you become.
Yeah.
We know that you don't become an officer and Sejanus joins you as a medic and you live happily ever after as buddies. Yeah. Like we know that this is not what's going to happen. Yeah. Like as he's saying that, he's like, oh, well, like I could be an officer, Sejanus could be a medic, like it could be fine. You're like, well, obviously you don't become an officer.
Yes, we know what happens.
Or if you do, you like don't, it's not smooth, right? This isn't how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah. So I'll go start and then I'll come back for 50. Or I'll text you if that changes, but
yeah, or come back when you feel like you need to sit and read instead of cooking. Because there's a specific part that I'm thinking about where I'm like, I almost don't want you to be distracted at all. Okay. Because I remember the first time reading it, just being like, oh my gosh.
Will it be obvious?
I think so. I think you'll stop. I think you'll even if you're doing something, you'll probably stop to kind of focus.
Okay. Or I'll just put on the audiobook on like super slow. Oh my God. It is so good though.
Because there's a few little subtle things that happen, I think, towards the end to like pick up on like all the little things.
Oh, like odes to the original trilogy.
Well, and to what kind of some of the motivations for things are and what kind of the plan of everything is, or like what the reasoning behind things are.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be really interesting. Yeah. Oh my gosh, maybe I won't even be able to.
You can start. I feel like there's still a little bit of a lull time.
Okay. So yeah, I'll do that while I cook and then I'll come back and then we'll see where we're at.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. I think I'm at the part
What part are you at?
where so Janice has been like colluding with Billy and them to like run away basically. And so Snow recorded him with the Jabberjay. And you know what it is? I don't find that I'm rooting for him to make the right choice. And you know he's not going to because of who he becomes. But I'm like, I'm almost like desperate for him to make a different decision. So the Jabberjay is just like off. We don't know what's going to happen there. I'm assuming somehow it's going to ingratiate Snow back into their good graces once this all, because it feels like this is a tinderbox. So they're at the show. Billy's there. And so it seemed like it's like a flurry now. So like Sajan was like, what's his name?
Sejanus.
Sejanus, thank you. Sejanus was like, gave someone money, probably to buy guns, and then Lucy Gray comes back, and then like she makes it seem like she was going to go with Billy. So basically, it's like a convergence of all of these key characters, and they're all kind of pretending that they're all in on the same thing. And I feel so bad for Sejanus, and I'm like, both him and Lucy, like, you could feel like that's where Snow's really cracking, because in both times they say he trusts him, they're like, he's like, why? Like, he's confused. Like, don't trust him, don't trust him. So,
that's the part you're at, and you stopped.
Yeah. Oh, that's literally. I was like, well, I have to come back up because
I'm so impressed.
I was like, I need to come back up, and I'll jump on and say where I am, and then I need to finish this thing.
Oh my gosh.
Snow just killed like the mayor's daughter, and Lucy Gray seems really. I don't think she's gonna forgive him for that, because she seems like stunned. And then Billy was killed by someone else. Mm-hmm. And now she has to like go back on stage. Mm-hmm. That's where I'm at.
Oh my gosh.
So good. Oh my gosh. It's so intense. Yeah, and I was like in the middle of this happening. And it was like a good timing because one of my timers is gonna go off in 6 minutes. Yeah, stopping there's a choice. I know. I know. A poor choice if you want to add a qualifier to that. It's funny.
Oh my god.
They just started talking to me while I was cooking. I was like, no.
I'm busy. I'm busy.
I'm actually locked in, so I need you to just leave.
You really like, oh my gosh, you need to finish. Like you need
I need to. Yep. So that's where we're at. That's a quick check-in.
Oh, okay. Let me see. So I am on page 478. So I am actually quite a bit past you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did. I slowed the audiobook way down.
Yeah. I totally get it.
That I can listen to. And so I think I'm like behind. I'm on chapter 28, it looks like. Oh my gosh, I only have 3 chapters left.
Yeah, you're like a good 20 pages behind me now.
Oh my god.
I really feel like you need to just like finish reading.
Me too.
Like you need to just finish reading.
Yeah.
Be done with it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. But I do, something that I love is his immediate dislike for Mockingjays. That feels so
I know. Isn't it hilarious how much he just hates them?
Just on sight hates them.
Yeah, he's just like, there's nothing that they did. He's just like, I hate you.
I hate those. Yeah.
Yes. I agree.
Margaret has things to say, I could tell.
I know.
I came on ready.
You're just like, Stephanie, get over here.
Pay attention to me. I'm here, and then I need to leave quickly to finish this.
Oh my gosh. The part that I stopped at is also like a choice, but I know it happens. So.
Oh my god. This is so good. I can't decide. I guess we'll see how it ends. I can't decide what I'm going to rate it.
Oh no. Well, like bring it with you on your phone.
Oh no. I know, because I don't know when I'm going to finish necessarily.
I feel okay. Let me see. Do you have an audiobook? How much longer do you have on your audiobook?
1 hour and 46 minutes.
Okay. So
not bad.
If you were how fast do you listen to it while you read along?
while
Or
I
are
read
you
along, I can listen to it at like 3.
are you gonna read along or are you gonna go back and finish dinner?
I have to go finish dinner. I have like a timer about to go off.
Honey,
So Andrew
how are
came
you going to
in.
I don't
Feel like I'm
with
just gonna
what's coming, you can't. You can't.
Oh,
Where's your partner? Tell him to watch the stove.
and I will. I'm going to. I feel like I'm
Like,
gonna go put it together, and then he can just manage it, and then I gotta just finish it,
yeah.
and then I'll be done. So
Yes,
then,
you
if
have.
you're gonna finish pretty soon, then, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Will you finish by 50? I can have it like
Yeah.
go until 50.
I think I'll finish by 50.
Okay, I'll put it to 50 and you'll be able to come back and chat then, or do you have stuff?
Well, like so I have so it'll be like on the line because like what I'm cooking for, I have a friend coming around 7, which is in just over an hour. They're always late though.
Well, if you're going to finish earlier, we can have the chat happen at around 40 instead. But if you're not,
Yeah, maybe we'll just see when I pop back on because you'll
okay,
be done already.
okay, sounds good. I'll just say we're gonna sprint till we're finished.
Okay, fabulous.
Sounds good. Have fun.
Okay, bye. Oh my God.
How are you feeling?
It just was like, he had another option. He's like, bye, done. Tries to kill her. I swear, I did not see that coming. I thought there was at least a little bit of remorse. I feel like the whole story, she's like guiding you through, like, you know, he felt badly. He had guilt like weighing on him over being at fault for Sejanus's hanging. Like he seemed genuinely contrite over that.
Yeah, like when he was crying.
Yeah. And then, so you think he has this level of humanity, and then it's like she's guiding you towards it, and she's like, no. And I need to know what happened to Lucy. So she's just gone? Are we meant to kind of know what happened to her from Hunger Games? No. Okay. I thought maybe I missed like a connection.
No, that's kind of the point of it. And that's one of the things I really like about the book is you don't know, like, did he shoot her?
Did he wing her? Yeah.
Did he actually get her? Is she dead? Was she able to escape? Did she get away?
Yeah. Did she somehow go to the rebels? Oh my, because that's where she was theoretically headed, to District 13, and theoretically she would have found someone. And then he just goes back.
Yeah.
And he becomes a plinth. Oh my God. He takes, and he calls Ma. Like, I can't, and then, oh my God. When Sejanus was killed, and he was just calling for his mom. Oh,
I know!
like, heartbreaking. Oh my God. I feel like icky. I need Hamish. I need to be able to root for someone good.
Wasn't it horrible when he was in the trees and he was just like, she's like a ruthless killer. She did those things so
the justification starts running.
Like, oh, she set that trap with the snake on purpose.
Yes.
I don't think
No
she actually did.
I think she did, but it didn't have fangs. Like, it was not her intention to kill him. I think she was just trying to distract him.
Really? I think she didn't, because she would have put a poisonous one if she was actually trying to kill him.
I don't think she was trying to kill him. I think she was just trying to distract him and run away. Like, I think she loved him. Like, she's not a sociopath. She actually loved him.
I thought she just, like, the scarf got caught, and so she kept taking off.
I don't think so, but I mean, it totally could be.
Right? Like, we don't know. That's the whole
just like such so many unknowns. But I feel like it's almost perfect, because I don't want it, because I feel like there's so much unknown around Snow. I don't want it like tied up in a bow.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was so good. Oh my gosh, I feel gross. Like, I feel icky.
He is just icky.
From being in his head all day for 500 pages, I feel like I need to shower.
How he poisoned the dean.
Yes, right at I thought for a second he was poisoning Pliny. And I was like, come on, dude, why? But no, he poisoned the dean.
Yeah.
So yeah, I figured it was going to be something around, like, the dean seems so reluctant to be the maker of the Hunger Games. I wondered if that was going to be something about his dad. So that one wasn't like a huge revelation. But like, I also think that it alludes to so much, how much influence the doctor had over him. And if you think about like 50 more years of her influence over him, like how he's going to develop into the Snow we know.
Well, I feel like he offed that like commander guy, the peacekeeper leader in District 12, because he knew that he betrayed Sejanus.
Did he off him? I missed that.
That's what I think.
Oh,
like, obviously there's no proof to it. Where's the book?
Oh yes, because he's the one that was like, oh, you're such a patriot, basically.
Yeah, but he knows, and now the Plinths are the ones that are like funding his life, so he doesn't want them to find out about that. So I really think he offed him so he would not tell anybody else, right? So that's like the last person who knew besides Gaul that he's the one who did it. And because it says in there that Hoff was his name, right? That he's no longer there, and it's a new one who doesn't like the music.
Ooh. That could totally be it.
And like, there's nothing else that alludes to that, but I really think that he did.
I can see it.
He doesn't like loose ends. That's why he killed the dean.
Yeah. I also think I get why you were now reluctant to speak on when I was like, oh, I thought there was another winner from District
I know.
12, but then now they've completely
Erased her.
erased it. He's the only mentor that they ever had, and watching him fail. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I thought that was
Right, yeah, because Lucy's never been a mentor.
she didn't. Yes. So I knew that something was going to happen to her, but I guess I assumed maybe she'd die, or like, I don't know, but they seem to know of her. So like, and obviously her song lives on.
Right, but they have no idea where it comes from. Because don't you remember Katniss talking about the possible meanings behind it? And she's kind of wrong.
Yeah, she is wrong. She misinterprets it initially. But I wonder if it's like through the Mockingjays, because they picked up on the song at the end. And then her dad had that relationship with the Mockingjays, and that's the relationship. Like they sung to one another.
Right. I kind of feel, well, they don't have words.
Well, they could sing though. Like I think the
tune, but
Mockingjay.
they don't have the words.
Oh, I thought they were singing it back.
No, they can only sing tunes. I think it lives in the seam. I think that's why her dad knows it, but her mom tells him not to sing it, because her mom is from the town, but her dad is from the seam.
And it's clearly a form of rebellion, because it was immediately outlawed like that night. What's his face told her not to sing it anymore. Oh my gosh, so good. What a weekend. Holy smokes.
Like,
I can't believe we did that. How impressive are we?
I know. We read 4 books.
I was a little intimidated, but like that was good. That was intense. I feel like I found it was like in my dreams last night. Like it's been like inundated. Like it's all I've done all weekend. It's
oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
I know. And the scene in the woods, I feel like, is just one that you truly see him just like going into this like mental break. Yeah. It's like crazy to even like try to picture it in your head. You're like,
oh. I know. And his ability to justify his own actions, I feel like was so clear in that moment. Because I feel like the most vile, the most like evil people are the ones that think that they're doing what's right.
Right. And you can like feel like it almost feels like that panic. Like you can almost feel his panic as he's just wildly shooting into the trees. And I'm like,
so good. Oh my God.
What in the world?
Oh my gosh. What? That was so good. I think that's one of my favorites with Catching Fire.
I agree.
Like so enjoyed that.
I'm so glad you love it, because I was so worried because it has such mixed reviews, but I'm like, I loved it.
It feels more like adult to me.
Yeah.
Like the pacing was more, it was slower. Like that lull, I was like, okay. Like we talked about the last break a little bit. But even then I feel like that lulled me into thinking that he cared about Lucy. And so that made like the switch so much worse. And I liked that it was a bit longer. I liked that we got a little bit more time in his head. Like there was a bit, like I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed that. Better than Mockingjay for sure. 100%.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, now I have to go eat this dinner. I just wanted to pop back on with my final thoughts.
Cool. I know. I feel like I have to like calm down after reading this book. The first time that I read it, I was just like, what just?
I feel keyed
up. The last 50 pages or so, you're like,
yeah.
Whoa.
It's just a fever dream.
Yeah. You're like, I don't believe that all just happened.
I know. I had to rank it back up because I was like, I need to just I wanted to like listen to it at the pace of a fever dream.
Yeah, he just like starts killing off all the good people.
I'm like, oh.
He's like, oh, you're a decent person, gone. You're a decent person, gone. You're a decent. I was like,
that's the Snow we know. There he is.
Like it was impressive.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Disturbingly impressive, but wow.
Insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit.
I know.
Anyways,
this is really fun.
This was really fun.
If you somehow catch my cold and are sick on Tuesday,
I will let you know.
But
I will see, because you're going to do all day. What time are you guys starting?
I'm going to start at 10 because my bookstore opens at 9, so I need to go get it.
It's a noon for me. Okay, I'll let you know how things go throughout the day. But I'm so excited now. I'm like, I was wondering if I was going to get sick of it. Like, and I was like, well, maybe this is going to be too much Hunger Games and I'm going to be too like sick of this kind of world. But now I feel like I'm even more hyped.
I felt like this was so different.
It was so I think when I was reading Mockingjay, I was like, oh, I don't know. I kind of want to break from this. And it felt like Ballad of Songbirds and Snake was different enough that I got that. So, Oh gosh. Okay. Anyways, yes, this was super fun. I'll keep you posted. Good luck Tuesday. If not, I'll tune into the sprints.
Yes, sounds good.
Okay. See ya.
Bye.